Hello, good afternoon, welcome. Okay, let's push some buttons. Okay, right, so as the title says, plan today is to finish getting the aluminium production ready and to start working on rockets or get rockets up and launching, depending on how far we manage to get. But before we get to that, there's a few other things we need to get through first. First thing, we have made some minor tweaks. Mostly just optimization throughputs. I've allowed this to be running for a while to try and start filling things up a little bit more. I've added an extra train to the copper and the iron line, which is just about keeping up at the minute. Sorry, steel line. Just delivering the actual plates. What else? Been mining through more of this. We started digging out the bauxite. We did build this last time, but we've actually now started planning our way down. And you may have seen down here, we've also been working on making sure that we're going to be able to get down to this deep section of the uranium. So, I don't think there's anything else that's changed. Did I set up this train? Yeah, I set up this train last time, but I did actually fail to unpause or... there's some part of this that wasn't running, which we sorted. Otherwise, I think everything else is more or less the same. We got our first shipment of imported goods, so we are now in fact making luxury goods. That was all set up, we was just waiting for things to finally go through. And then I think, yes, this was the only other change. We've decided that we are in fact going to use this for basically all of the mines around this area. So when we get to that limestone, we're going to try and get to start digging this sand today, because if we don't, we're going to run out of sand. The titanium over here. We might run a train over to this one. It is a little bit further away. The titanium there is actually fairly close to this. Once we've mined through this mountain here, we can just build a ramp here, and then it's really not that far for them to just drive it up versus everything else. This doesn't currently have a digger because we was waiting for one of those to be finished so that we can start clearing out this section, because we might put a train line over there. I'm not expecting to, but clear the area anyway. Plus the dirt that's there will get dumped into the sea, and look how much sand is down here. It is going to be a little bit of a pain, but I have a rough idea of how I'm going to work with this. Basically, I'm going to push this out until we're like this depth all the way along, and then start walling off that far edge, and then dig down and allow it to start dumping that stuff elsewhere. So we won't be doing any of that until this lot's out of the way, but we can start building the wall. So I'll quickly do that since I remembered and I'm looking at it. Yeah, we will just use this section here. What am I looking for? And for this bit, I've resigned myself to basically digging down 5 here, then putting another wall against this edge, and then digging down 5 again, rather than trying to put them nice and close together, which was what I was originally trying to do. So build this wall all the way along to here for now. Yeah, to there for now. Corner piece. Small piece. We're getting plenty of unity, just insta-build that. And then... Let me modify the allocation of this area. Bring it in for now. so that we can tell this to... Okay, so you're level 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not that close. There we go. And then we can go from there. But yeah, we'll get rid of all of this dirt first. That'll get dumped into here. Let me extend the dumping zone out some. Because at this point I can't see under the water to know where this sand ends. Although we're starting to get fairly steep drop-off, so this might not be worth it much beyond here. But this will be the idea that we'll fill in this bit and then start digging down so that the stuff that gets dug out can then just be immediately moved over to here. And so we're just building a wall, but we need to get rid of all the water anyway. So that'll give them something to do. I am unpaused. Yes. Okay. Any other little bits that I needed to do? Yes, there's one other thing before we get started. I want to make this entire section non-stop. It will be in both directions. That doesn't need to be an exclusive zone. That is the wrong marker. Basically, I don't want any vehicles that are either going to have to go up that hill or have just come down that hill, having to lose all of their speed waiting for something else. May as well have it up to here. Now we do the return trip. There is something else that we need to build in regards to our train network, and that's a parking station. Although I don't know how that works in this game. In Factorio, what you can do is you can assign a station that doesn't have any inputs or outputs before the final station, and you just tell them to go to that station. And they will go to that station, and if they don't need to stop, they won't attempt to stop. They will just go straight the way through. But if they can't get to their next station, they'll stop at the parking station. I want to do that here, so that I can have, as I said, I've got 3 of these trains now. And I would like to be able to not have the train waiting over here, because that's the next one. It's already fully loaded. It could be a lot nearer by waiting to deliver it. But it's got to wait until the other one's unloaded and then it can leave. So it would be nice if I could have a parking station here. Yeah, I don't know how that's going to function. we have plenty of space? Yeah, we should do. Let's plan. Wondering how sharp I need to make this. I mean, if I just add extra lines and I say that this is a non-stop section. Oh yeah, we also need to make sure that this is a non-stop section because it blocks the trains if there's going to be anything waiting there. I mean, that may be one way to do it. If we extend the non-stop section to like here and have a bunch of extra lines that then connect into the non-stop section and extend that non-stop section all the way up here, then any train that can't get to its destination should pull in, depending on how their auto signaling system works. But I think the one thing we should do, we need to test it one way or another. We'll build a station. All it needs is this. Here. Because this is only a test thing, we don't need to make it all the way up. Come on. Surely you can wiggle your way into there. No? Probably should have done it from the other side then. Extend out from this one, we'll drop the station on this line. Come on, find a way to wiggle back on. There we go. Okay, let's make sure all of these are going in the right direction. Good. Delete that. Let's insta-build that. And now I need a train that I know is will not need to stop. That I can add this to. There's a glass train. Is it already on its way? It must be. I'd be surprised if it's not. In fact, is there only one glass train? There's only one glass train. Yeah, we'll use the glass train. So if we add the stop waiting station and add that after the pickup before the drop, will it try to stop at the station? Because all I really wanted to do is drive through the station. No, that's got to be 1. Okay. We'll see what that does. Okay. Now, because that's going to take a few seconds, I did make a decision on our aluminium production. We are going to build it this way round. We have plenty of space to play with, so no need to make things too tight. Plus, there's a couple of extra things we need to add to this. We need to add loose storage for the bauxite. No, we only have a small one on this side, don't we? Yeah. This is on the output side. Okay. Yep, that's fine with me. Run 3 lines of 200 into those. Okay, that'll go there. Where's the glass train? Coming around the circle? There you are. And you. We'll follow it in a minute. Okay, so I want to double check throughputs of this. So 72 to 72, 72 to 36, 36 to 24, 24 to 24, 24 to 24. Just straight the way through. The red mud we've already placed the outputs for, although there is something that we may need to consider. Titanium isn't used on its own; it has to be used as molten with molten aluminum. So what we may end up doing is knocking out some of these, or just when we extend them out, we're not going to have the metal casters. Actually, no, because if the titanium production is going to be on the opposite side, which probably is going to be the intent, we can't take molten aluminium up and down. So we will have to produce it on the other side. So we'll just have to take a copy of one of these and route that over to there. Train is on its way. Okay, I'm going to need graphite inputs. If we're potentially going to expand it out that way, then let's put this here. Oh yeah, we also need to get the researcher running again. Right. I think we do just produce it here. Carbon dioxide we will want to route over there, so where are you, mixer? Where's the settling tank in here? Oh right, because it's used to reprocess the red mud. Okay, we need to follow this. We almost missed it. Okay. It's moving at full speed. It has nothing to do with the waiting station. There is absolutely nothing blocking it. It is going to come to a complete stop. Oh no. It slowed down. It didn't come to a stop. Interesting. Those should all be, yeah, light 30 degrees. 30s. Rather than the sharper ones. That's not entirely what I wanted to do. But it's better than nothing. Okay, let me... I really wish those stations could be put on something... other than a, I want to put them on a slightly... I want to put them on like this kind of a slope. Because otherwise... yeah, there's a pipeline under there. Can I grab both bits without grabbing the pipeline? No, no I cannot. No, that doesn't work actually. We need this bit. That's probably going to be the best way to do it. Let me actually just grab... How many stations could I reasonably get in? That's not an exclusive section, it's just a non-stop section, so... I'm not expecting the trains to need to stop at the top here. Now... why'd you do that? I suppose I copied the station settings, so it's copied the inversion of it as well. We can get 4 waiting stations there. I mean, nah, we've got potentially 8 inputs over here. We would need more than 4. Oh, I'm being silly. I'm being silly. We can condense or get these way closer together. Yep, that's fine. Maybe we get 6. Probably not, given how the water pipe's going to be in the way, or at least the part where the water pipe is at the surface. If that pipe was underground, then we could get 6 here, using this particular layout. If we had them here. The reason that I kind of like to put them here is because they're right next to the hill. So even if they do slow down and stop here, they're going to need very little energy to get themselves up to speed to get them into where they're going. It's not a problem I need to solve at the minute. It was just on my mind while I was doing the non-stop zones. Did this one get upgraded? I believe you are queued for an upgrade. Yeah, just waiting on a slow, steady trickle of that. Let's unpause that for now. Resources are stable, so I'm not too concerned. Up here is going to be the better place to put it, I think. It does work, it's just... I would rather them not need to slow down if they don't need to slow down. Plus we'll get more space up there for more trains. Make sure to delete the right one. Careful. There's a water pipe under there. That water pipe's still there and intact? Yes, okay, good. Right, so this works as a general concept. Okay, that gives me 1 for every one of these. In fact, we should do it that way round. Probably should have figured out the connecting in part first. And then duplicated it from that. I don't actually want the bends, but I think I'm going to have to take the bends. And then remove the bends. And then copy this. There we go. And then that'll allow us to take this bend here, effectively, duplicate it up here, and then reverse this. Can I take that bend as a whole? That is just a singular bend. So if we grab that... and we put that there. It's not quite what I want you to do. I want you to continue along that straight line. And then connect into there. Okay, and we can shunt that whole thing up a bit. This won't copy the bit I'm deleting, but it's going to try and copy the bit I'm deleting. I need you to finish deleting that, please. So we'll come back to that. That will give us... They're not as long as I would like them to be. But we have space for more of them. I would like to get it to a position where each one can hold 2 trains, but I don't think that's going to work with this in the way. Okay, over to here. Back to what we were doing. I'm happy with the placement of things, so let's connect a few easy bits up. For the sake of a little bit of consistency. Okay, that's that bit, that's the easy bit. No, it's gonna... I should have checked that on one of them first. It was better the other way around. I have the outputs of these directly connected, don't I? Yeah. Hey, there's rockets. I just want to get a feel for the size of the buildings, but we'll worry about that in a second. Let me just make sure that that's all okay. Good. Carbon dioxide output. That goes in there. Hydrogen's coming from over here. I think we can pull off this line. We may need to increase the size of that line, but it doesn't use much hydrogen, but it's still some. We need a cooling tower. Water, large cooling tower. That can go there. Gonna need mixer. Tier 2. I think this serves 4 of these. Yes. So we need 2 of these in the long run. That's going to need a balancer for the fluid. Take that as a priority input. Have I given myself or left myself enough space to... I think I may need to move it a little bit. Okay, we can wiggle that around. Let's shift them a little bit. That'll do. Okay. That's all fine. We are going to need to use a conveyor lift to get over to here without blocking the road. Too much. One, two, three, four. We no need to take it up to 5. That's going to need to be blue, because that's connecting from 4 of them. And that's going to be just over 60. The rest of these are fine. You know what? I don't mind that. Okay, and that gives them a nice clean path to go down. Nothing else in the way. Okay. Did they get rid of it? They got rid of it. Okay. Snip this bit. Bring this as high up as we can. Snip the next bit. Connect that into there. The only one that's potentially a problem is those two. Okay, we can't actually connect that into there, so at this point we need to connect it into the main line in some kind of sensible way. Now here's the moment of truth, whether or not these can actually figure out how to connect into that. Oh, they can figure it out. It's going to be a mess of lines up here, but is there any way I could make that slightly cleaner? I mean, the two that aren't that clean are these ones. That one's fine. It's this one. It can't make it into there. It has to connect to something else. Yeah, I can't make that one clean while it's like that. They're treating non-stop zones as if they're exclusive zones. There's no reason you should need to stop. You don't need to be on this track. You're going that way. So yeah. The same technically applies to this, but I think this will be out the way by the time it gets to it. You don't need to stop. Your entrance and exit is clear. You could just go. Something else had reserved the track. Yeah, that's annoying. The non-stop zones are being treated as exclusive zones. There's nothing stopping this from going now. Both of these are leaving the area. It absolutely could join this on this line. A non-stop zone is not an exclusive zone. Non-stop section will be highlighted in red and trains must avoid stopping in them. For trains to enter a non-stop section, there must be enough space after the non-stop section ends for the entire length of the train. Okay, and that has left the non-stop zone. You've still not gone though. Why have you stopped? Yeah, okay, that's not working the way that I would expect it to, which is annoying. It effectively acts as an exclusive section for the entire red part. I can't say it's fine. It's fine that there's multiple trains on this. Just do not stop. I don't want this thing, because we'll bring this all the way back to here. I don't want anything stopped on this section here if it's going into here. I want it to stop up here. And similarly, I don't want this train to stop here, or in a way that blocks any junction or anything that could reasonably make it to its exit junction were it not for the train being in the way. So all I really care about is that this knows that this is clear, and then it can go. How can I... Okay, now knowing how this works, how can I change this? Because again, there's no need for this train to stop. That train isn't going to stop on this line, and neither is it. It can go. So non-stop does not work the way that I was hoping it would. We'll just have to do it with stations and proper planning. Making sure we have the right number of trains. Okay, don't worry about this. Stopping on that section there is not going to affect anything. Because what I'm trying to avoid is, for example, I want trains on these lines to have priority over any other train joining it on that line. I don't want a train on this line to have to stop because of this thing. Is there a way that I can use the system as it is to get that goal? That any train on the main line takes priority. I mean, I could set up a bunch of exclusive zones. So if a train has entered the exclusive zone, these ones will not be able to. So if, for example, I made an exclusive zone up to like here, then any train coming through here is likely going to be fast enough that this one is going to have to stop for it. Yeah, that's the way to do it instead. But we can't just have one long exclusive zone. If we have one long exclusive zone, then we run into the problem that we have in the minute, with non-stop zones not working the way I'd like them to. That's not necessarily a problem or a criticism, they just don't work the way that I would like them to. Then, yeah, if we have one long one, then basically we have the same problem. But Let's remove non-stop sections. Because it makes no odds whether or not a train stops in this area. If any train can't get into this area, it blocks everything in this area anyway. So the non-stop is only really useful on junctions, to stop trains from blocking junctions. I don't know which part of this that is. Not that part. That part. There we go. Okay, this whole section probably does want to be a non-stop section. And same with this, because there's some crossover bits here. We'll get back to aluminium production in a moment. Okay. Right, so exclusive zone. If a train has entered here, then it blocks and gets priority over all or you entering here. Likewise, from this angle, if a train has entered this area, you are not allowed. Come on. Hopefully that's connected. And yeah, you're not allowed to go. So we really only need to be doing it on the entrances. How to remove an exclusive zone? Exclusive zone can only contain one train. Exclusive zones will be highlighted in blue. Yeah, if a train is on this section here, it crosses this section here. So you should not be able to leave if a train is already approaching this bit. And just to ensure things, none of the trains, yeah, we'll re-establish the non-stops for this. Don't care about that bit. Right, and now we need to do a similar thing here. If a train is on, we'll do it to here. We leave a deliberate break. Okay, if a train's on this section here, you're not allowed to leave. There's no need for these. You're just going to block each other anyway. Actually, no. If one of them can't get to their destination, it will block the other one, so... It's not like the other one where there's 6 of them and they've already left their station, they're just waiting to get onto the main line. And yeah, same deal here. Train on this line reserves it all the way up to here. And the train on this line reserves it all the way around here. Is that connected to there? I think there's a gap missing. That's better. That's definitely connected. So yeah, if it enters there, it reserves this entire line. I know they didn't want to do signals, but signals are so much easier to get my head around. Because they just worked. You just needed to make sure you put them in the right places. Okay, we leave a gap, and then we bring from here to here. Okay, that train reserves the line until it's left. Let's move that reserved line a little bit further up. We still want to leave the gap because we want this line to apply to this junction and then these lines to apply to this junction. So we don't care once it's left the junction. We only care on the entrance to the junction. And yeah, this one is reserving it all the way around. It doesn't need it after here. Anything coming off the main line, it doesn't matter. It's only things coming onto the main line that may cause them to stop. So I think that's all we need to do. I want to give them a bit more run up. Yeah, it could be going some speed, so this one can have... If it's on any part of this, it reserves the junction. And you can come up to here. It's on that, it reserves the junction. There is a potential problem on this bit. Any train coming off of this way has to necessarily block this. Because I don't think... No, not in a way that's going to work. I'd have to get it up to height of 3, which isn't going to happen. To take it over the top. And this one only has reserved from here. I need to shorten that one. Yeah, we can shorten this one. Because it's not really reserved in this junction, it's reserved in this one, and then the one after it has its own thing. From there. So yeah, that one doesn't need to be as long. Well, then it's there. Okay, hopefully that will do what I wanted to do and help. The only other thing to do, if we can get... Oh, that's going to be a pain. I want trains already on this line to reserve the entire thing after they've left here. But that's easier said than done, because I have to find... I suppose I can delete those to allow me to get through. Okay, wait, let me build up, presumably because these haven't been constructed yet. Now, how the hell did I manage that? I don't think there's going to be a clean way that we can do this. I mean, this bit we can probably get to connect into there. That's going to force this to cross over. Actually, no, we can bring that back. There we go. That looks slightly cleaner. Less tracks crossing over each other. Okay, I will allow them to build that. I'm not going to worry about paying attention to it. They can build it as they like. Okay. Right. Before we get to aluminium, let's have a look at these things. How big are you? Fairly sizable. Not as big as you could be. Those are exhausts. I imagine you have to be... You're fairly big as well. So you make the rocket. The rocket gets wheeled out there. It then needs to be attached to here. Got input for other fluids here. It needs the input for the water for the cooling sound suppression. Construction inputs there. Oh no, that's for loading. For loading the rocket. Okay. Interesting. I can't flip that. Okay, something has gone horribly wrong. Why? Why can you not? The line's clean. Can you be more specific as to why? I assume it's all of them. Yeah, all of them cannot reach their destination. Can you be specific about that though, please? Cannot find path. Direction is fine, direction is fine. As long as there's any reserved paths in the way, that would mean that there's something wrong with these. Okay. Assume that's the area they've reserved. You can't get over to here. No, yeah, the problem is just this bit. The track is technically being disconnected while it builds those bits. So if we speed up those particular bits, then that should fix it. unless it's created a different problem. Okay, that bit's done. Those bits are done. I didn't add the new station in yet, so... Yeah. No, you shouldn't have a problem with any of that. That shouldn't be too close. I am going to instruct you to drive to there. You can't. Can you drive to there? You can't. The line says it's fine. Okay, you can get to there. And get down here. It doesn't like this connection. It can go that way, but it's disconnected that bit. Nope, hang on. It can get up to there. That's bizarre. As far as this is concerned, that's valid. Did I just not give it enough time to rebuild the track? Or rebuild, No, it literally can't get past this bit. It's as if it doesn't think this part of the track exists. Well, we'll rebuild it then. I need you to reverse a bit. I can't get you to reverse without changing the direction of the track now. You have caused me a problem, train, by going beyond the area I told you to go to. I told you to go to here. You're gonna force me to quick build a way through for you. These are not supposed to be through lines for you. Well, they technically are going to be for it, but... I need to... Blocked by train. Yeah, of course I can't flip it around while there's a train already on it. That would be too convenient. Oh, you found a path through. Yeah. Bizarre. For whatever reason. But it can get through there now. Okay, we need to assign exclusive zone. If a train is already barreling down here at high speed, it goes, not you. Doesn't connect into where I need it to. Okay. Each of these waiting stations can keep probably 2 trains safely there. I need a train to go past so we can measure. 2 might be a bit of a squeeze in some cases. No, we're going to do this a different way around. Each of these stations can hold 1 train in waiting. Copper. Add a stop. This one. You go to there after your pickup. But this exists as part of a group. And they all have limits of 1 train. Now, if only I could copy this block. Because now I need to do that for steel. Developers, if you see this, I appreciate the ability to link the stations like this, but can I link them on a station or by the station itself rather than have to do it in here? Because I have to do this every single time I want to add this station group to any particular thing. And it would be nice if I could just say that all of these are just 1 linked station. And then I could just add the linked station. This is why Factorio has unique station names. If they are named the same, they are considered part of the same target. Which makes things so much easier. I really wish you had paid a little bit more attention to what they had done. I get the feeling I put the steel one in the wrong location. I just added that to the wrong one. Because I gotta do this 6 times. Times 8. Are you reserving a station that hasn't finished being built yet? Give it a minute. Train. Or use one of the ones that has a connection. Glass. Add in that one after here. Fiddly unnecessary nonsense. They all have the same name. They're in the same area. They should be considered the same station. The advantage of doing it this way is I can, if I want to add more of these, I can just keep going down this way. There we go. See, the steel one found its way. That's probably why the copper one couldn't go anywhere. Because it's trying to reserve one of the other stations because the steel train already reserved its. Okay, is that all of them? Gold bars, silicon, glass, that's 3. Concrete 4. Steel 6. 5 rather. Copper 6. Okay, where are you? You are here. Searching for path. I'm just gonna have to speed that up. That was almost done anyway. There we go. So that's a good indication that the copper train was throwing up an error because it had reserved one of these other stations because this already had an inbound train on it. So yeah, the copper one was trying to go here. Concrete one's now trying to go there. Steel one is trying to go there. This is good. That means that these trains can wait here if their drop-off station is full, which means they are nearer. And that is helpful because it will help for throughput. We can add extra trains to the entire thing. Okay. I don't like the fact I can't flip this. Why does this building not allowed to be flipped? I don't think it's going to matter because I think we have the actual launch platforms up here. So this is considered a vehicle. I don't know how much room this needs to maneuver. We still need the extra space around here for, it's like, we need to be able to make the aluminium alloy plates, this stuff, composite panels. That's a lot cheap. It still surprised me how cheap this is, but then given how expensive other things are, I shouldn't complain. Automated orbital deliveries. No, we're not going to tell anything to start building. We're not going to build all of those, it's just checking spacing. Okay, that's how much space that needs. Maybe that's all it needs? I suspect not, I think it needs to be, probably needs to be further back. But this would allow this to load that. I don't know. Speed's worth. Worry about it later. We still need to get this up and running. We have everything here. We just need to actually start connecting things up. Wait, why is space station researching? Oh, right, yeah, because crude station is the thing we can't do yet. Okay. Actually, no, we don't need as big a pipe for the last bit. Let me check. How much do we need? 24. So we need this up until here. Then we need one of these. The exhaust we can do, that's 12 apiece. So that's 60. We'll bring this to height of 2, I think. So we can bring it over to here. Okay. There's actually something we can get building now while we work on that. And here's where we struggle to spell things. I need to know how to spell bauxite. I know there's an X in it. Bit about it. You excite. New line. Here you excite. You know what? You can have that colour. Ah, no, concrete blocks is already using that colour. You can't have that colour. Is there a colour we're not using? We're using the pink, we're using magenta, we're using that, we're using that, we're using that. We're using those for gases, or the black for gases. Although we've also used the black one there, because we're using that double yellow there. Okay, we'll use this for bauxite supply. Okay. Oops, didn't mean to click new line. Delete. I meant add stop. There's only enough room there for one train. There's be enough room over here for 2. I thought I labelled this. Ah no, I didn't label it because again, and spelt. 1 train. You go there. You wait until you're full of all provided products, and you go to there. You wait until you're empty of all provided products. You then go to deliveries refueling station, and then we add a train to you. New train. 3 and 8. I feel like that is not long enough. Now, what have you gone and done? How have you gone and done that? This thing had its was reserved. All of you have poked out. You put your nose on someone else's reserved section. No, 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 no. I said this one could go. This one can go. You can go. I think I know why there's a problem here. But I actually can't fix this, because I can't reverse them on the tracks they're on, because they're one-way tracks. There is a way to actually fix this. I'm lying. What are you even doing on this track? You don't need to go to this station. Why are you going through the stations? There's a perfectly good clean line here. You shouldn't be going through... These are not for you, you three, specifically. You shouldn't just drive through a station that another train needs. Unless you're scheduled to go there. That is just asinine. Okay. We need to disconnect the exclusive section here. And then do the same here. Okay, you're the only train on that exclusive section. There we go. Okay, now we reconnect this. You're not allowed to put your nose onto this thing. That's what happened. They said, oh, look, there's nothing, or I'm not going to stop going onto here. They didn't bother checking ahead, even though this thing was already on the exclusive section. And so they kept going until they actually reached the line that says this is an exclusive section. And they said, oh, wait, no, there's something occupying this. It doesn't matter that I'm now occupying the track as well, because technically I'm not on that specific track. It doesn't matter. This is not how that's supposed to work. I'll have to do this everywhere as well. Actually, no, let's bring this all the way up to here. And I will allow you to reserve from much further back. Okay. The track is yours. I still don't like that the other trains... There's two trains using a station that only has one when they're not allocated to that station. A train should not go through a line that takes it through a station unless that station is on its schedule. Okay. Arrival conditions not met. That's presumably because this train here is occupying it. You should have just implemented signals. Devs, it would have been much better if you had just implemented signals. Trying to manipulate this system to do anything complicated is a pain. Just copy Factorio's homework, please. That system is brilliant. It works brilliantly. It's not unintuitive in any way, shape, or form. Okay, I'm going to reduce the length of this a little bit. Far enough that you can get over there. You're one of the shorter trains, though. I don't want you doing that. Doesn't the exclusive section end here? Yeah. The traffic jam should resolve itself. Okay. Now, how the hell did you get priority over that? Even the exclusive zone system doesn't work the way I need it to. It was already on the exclusive zone that passed in front of that other train, and it had to stop for it. Which basically tells me there's no way I can make this main line the priority line, and that no train on this line should be forced to slow down due to another train coming onto the line. The system just can't or doesn't allow me to do that. Because again, this thing's going to hit its exclusive section, but this is going to reach the junction first, and it's going to have to stop for it, even though this exclusive line overlaps this one. They should be the same exclusive section. And non-stop doesn't do what I need it to. We tried non-stop. I mean, could I use non-stop for just a smaller section? Because at least non-stop does cross over lines at the very least. But the non-stop is still going to potentially cause a train on this line to be forced to stop to a train entering on this line if this train comes here first. Is there any way that I can work within this system to get it to do what I need it to do? I think the answer is no. I think I've already answered it. I think it's incapable. I mean, if they're going to use designators like this and they don't want to use signals, they need a priority line signal. That any train that is on this line will not be forced to slow down as a result of another train entering the line. Because otherwise we're wasting fuel, we're wasting maintenance. Trains are not getting to their destination as fast as they reasonably could do because they're being forced to wait. I mean, this one here is waiting because of this. Because this is entering the same line, but the fact that this crosses this, it doesn't care. So it is capable of it. This system would work, but for the fact that this doesn't check the line that it's crossing for its exclusive section. It's not connecting the two in the same way that the non-stop sections do, and it needs to. If it did do, it wouldn't be a problem. Although why it still stopped, I don't know. It had every opportunity to get onto that line. It doesn't make sense. It's not working consistently. Is it because this one already reserved the exclusive line? Can only contain a single train. Okay, so you've left the exclusive zone. Now you're able to go. Maybe it is using some kind of reservation system. Why have you slowed down? Oh, I think you may have actually gone through the station. Arrival conditions not met. That must mean that the other fuel train has already locked that place up. Yeah, you're stuck because this thing's going back to refuel. Wait. That's wrong. Did I forget to? I did do. Okay, that's fine. That's my bad. I thought I had done this. That bit's my fault. It should not be returning. In fact, let me tell you to just skip on back to the reactor. It can come down here, loop the loop, and head out. That should allow this to move, which will unblock that one. There we go. Flow has been restored. I'm still not happy with the way that it's working. Because again, I would just like to assign priority line. So not even a non-stop section, just a non-slow down section. You may not do anything that could cause this to slow down. Now, why do I have additional ones? There's 9 of them now. Oh, right, because I thought I'd given that enough space. I guess not. That's fine. If it destroys those, then it destroys those. I wasn't sure how much sand was down here, but I figured I might as well fill it in to see. Okay. Back to what we were trying to do. Now that the blockage has been removed and flow has been restored. You're warning me, but you're actually fine. We did end up losing a lot of electronics due to copper not being around. You should have probably been upgraded by this point. No? Do you still not have enough? It's getting close. Oh, we did pause the game for a bunch. Oh, that means the bauxite train is already ready. No, we didn't finish building it. We got distracted. We was looking for the... It's 3 and... yeah, that's what I thought. 3 and 8. You shouldn't have priority! You've blocked the main line! This is not how that's supposed to work. It was already in the section. Yeah, it bothers. It bothers greatly. Particularly coming off Factorio. And sure, it's a little bit more granular and you can cause your trains to crash if you set it up wrong. But it works. And you can get it to do exactly what you need it to. Build train. This is what we were doing. We were building a train. That's why it's the wrong length. We forgot to add the third one. Oh no, there's 4. Why am I thinking 70? 70 is the length that we can build. It's not how big we've built trains. This goes on to the bauxite supply line. Get that going. What were we up to? Okay, we may as well connect and route in this. Right, we had just built that. We built the train. Do you still have plenty of allocation? Yeah, you have plenty of allocation, so we can continue working on with this. And do this bit next because it's nearby. Yeah, I'm happy with it doing that. Oh, you've got to go over that way. Damn. I could do this another way, but we would need to... Was that my Discord? It was, but I don't think it's important. I'll deal with it later. Can we actually get this? Again, that's my Discord, don't worry about it. Can go over the top. Okay. How high do we need to be to get over this? 2. Okay, we need to be height of 3 to get over that bit. Two, 3. Okay. So we need a line out for carbon dioxide and red mud. a line in for water, salt, the bauxite, the hydrogen, and that's it. Happy with where that is. Aluminium. Yeah, that can be made over there. Aluminium. Pick up. Okay. Everything coming over here needs to go over on a height of 4. Cross this on a height of 4. The red mud and the carbon dioxide is going over to there. Over here specifically. We may want to break and adjust the stanchions of these. I definitely want to break and adjust the stanchion of that. No, they should have plenty of room. Yeah, that I think is large enough. Let's just check. It can get through here. I mean, we can adjust it a little bit more to give it a little bit more room, but it doesn't, strictly speaking, need it. Let's bring the red mud and the carbon dioxide through here. Red mud's going further. It can go on the higher bit. What's our quantities? I think that's slightly bigger than one pipe. Or one tier 2 pipe. Red mud height of 4. I need to run it through one of these. Okay, so we can't make it into there, so we'll have to reroute it over this bit. Right, and then from here, height of 4, we need to bring it into here somewhere. Take it all the way down. Need to be over on this side of things. Bring us back up to 4. Actually, we're going to need this to be at 3 to get under there. Wait, did I do this the wrong way round? Carbon dioxide is going to be on the top of this. I should have done this the other way around. Bollocks. Because the carbon dioxide is being removed first. So the carbon dioxide wants to be at height of 4. 18. Okay, a blue pipe is fine for that. Let's take the blue pipe from the earliest point we'll need it. Yeah. Height of 4. No, that's fine. Just so long as we can get the stanchion over here. Bring that into here, flip it around that way. Keep this down to 1. Okay, carbon dioxide can actually come over to here. Although, yeah, we need to bring it out this way. Yeah, still need to bring it up to height of 4. To get it over this bit to allow trucks to get under it. Okay. Now we do the red mud. Oh, that was height of 4. I thought that was at, oh, but that's height of 5. I thought that was at height of 4. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It still works. Okay. It's a lot of extra acid just to be able to get a little bit more crushed iron. I wonder if it's actually worth it. Actually, given the fact that we can't bring over, oh, there's no current seawater over here. It is kind of our only option. Let's... One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's 12 by 12. Or 18 by 12, rather. So I think we probably need to... bring this to here. And bring it down to a blue one. If it's 18, then 3 of them. Should probably do the math properly, but too late. We have committed. Can you figure out a way into that? Gonna have to bring it down. Good. I have these the right way around, so it is actually doing these as inputs. Okay. This isn't quite going to work there, I don't think. Yeah. Just because they need that little bit of extra height over the top. We've got to put it there. Two for each. And this is plenty. Do I finish connecting these now? Probably should. Interesting. I just noticed this could be I fixed this. I fixed this. Game. I extended the exclusive zone onto this track so that it couldn't join if there was already a train on here. We fixed this. If it doesn't work, then this system, i.e. the exclusive zone system, is fundamentally broken. How is this not all one exclusive zone? It's perfectly possible that there is a single block missing from here that we didn't quite connect just because of how fiddly it is. But this is irritating. Irritating that they didn't just go with it, or that they didn't just copy. Okay, that was the problem. In spite of my best efforts, we had actually missed part of the track, because this can be a little bit fiddly. They need to adjust the way that this works, that if the mouse, even if the mouse isn't directly over the top of the things that it's trying to go to, it should recognize, okay, he's dragged the mouse beyond where the end of this track is. He probably wants the entire track selected. Because otherwise this makes it very, very, very fiddly, and fiddly things are irritating. Okay. You just go. I don't care whether you think there's a free track or not, just go. And you also just go. Because the arrival condition isn't met because there's only one spot for the other train to land and the other train has already left. That's fine, keep going. It'll be available when you get there. Go. Go. Now the entire thing's backed up again. How bad is the maintenance situation? That is going to get dire very quickly if we don't get copper down there. So... oh, you a train of copper? You're a train full of copper. Although you are going through here next, so let's make sure none of these leave. And then you, second that is beyond the exclusive zone, go. Why are you slowing down to a stop? Because I manually commanded it, and there was another train in the queue. And that's going to cause... Actually, no, because its other steel train is paused. That might... It depends on whether it's loaded yet. No, I think it must already be down there. And on its way back up. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I think we can unpause these now. These trains shouldn't be using this lot. They're not allocated to them. What if that train needed that state, or there was a or what if a train needed that station to actually park at? Then it's driving through a station that could, in theory, require a train to stop there. And if it's got to stop for any reason, like these, it just blocks things up. I didn't build these this way to allow the mainline trains to divert off the main line. Okay, should allow one of you to go. That's fine. This bit's working as it should be. These, all three of them, should not be on this line. They shouldn't be allowed in here at all. You shouldn't be able to arrive yet, unless... Oh, no, there is space there for both, for two trains. And yeah, I imagine that must mean that this one's on its way. Or is it? No, where is it? I must have gone past it. No, where is it? Genuinely, where is that train? At the station. So it is refueling. Or refilling. I just missed it. I am blind. That is fine. It's holding up the hydrogen train, but there's not much I can do about that. I can give it instruction to make its way over to here. Because that'll be gone by the time it gets there. No! No train! Not allowed. You're not supposed to be there. You're supposed... That is irritating! It is not in their schedule! It should not be allowed to drive through a station if it isn't in its schedule. It should only drive through a station if it's in its schedule. Because in the worst case scenario, we're going to end up where we've parked a bunch of trains in here, waiting to go to here, and one of these other trains is going to decide, oh wait, there's something on this main line here, I'm going to reroute through this station where there's already something, and I'll wait for the train in front of me to get out the way. And that train may never get out the way, because we may not be consuming the resources fast enough to allow it to pass. It shouldn't do that. It should not be allowed on the line that has a station on it if that station is not in its schedule. That's the coal. I'll allow it to dig out this bit. And that bit, I suppose. And that bit. And that bit. If I'm being fair, it's an okay system if you don't want to do anything remotely complicated with it. The second you want to do something complicated with it, the system itself gets in the way due to its simplicity. Oh, there is our bot on Twitch trying to tell me to buy viewers. Have you got yourself stuck? Ah, you can't get over to that side because I was forced to block it off to stop these guys from coming down here to go around here and up there. But that doesn't look like that's working. They've still found ways around. So we'll just get rid of that. Go on, if they can come past, you can come past. In fact, I'll move that wall. If I block them off there, that'll at least temporarily stop them doing that, but I wouldn't mind them doing this bit. It's the fact they're coming down here to go this way. And sometimes they're coming along here to go over here, to come down here, to come over here, to come back up here. Rather than just going that way. It's weird. You need a little bit more room. Maybe it's because you're in the way. But since when are vehicles worried about other vehicles being in the way? All the little things are starting to add up and become an actual nuisance. Strange pathing from vehicles. All vehicles. Okay, have you recovered? You're recovering. Had 3 loads of copper trains, so all 3 copper trains should be on their way back here. That's the other one. Is there one on the way yet? No, that just means that the third one is there? Waiting for what? I do not understand why you stopped. Maybe it has something to do with that. Okay, what were we doing before we got horrendously distracted? By shit not working the way that I want it to. Right, we were hooking this up, and I was looking at connecting these up into here. No, that doesn't work, because we still need to get that out of it. At least that doesn't work that way. Works in principle, but we gotta move this. And in fact... that's crushed, isn't it? Yeah. Excuse me. That's height of 5. It doesn't need to be height of 5. Height of 4 is enough. Okay, let's just make sure. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is still problematic. We haven't actually given... Well, there's not enough room here. Oh, we can move this closer. Kind of wish these things still acted as stanchions on their own, but that should be okay. 5 is big enough to get a dump truck through it. Means that we can use that here, and then... we can wiggle. Means that's got to be here. Start there. To there. Can I get that underneath this? Good. Somewhere along this line, this isn't going to be enough. 8. So after 10 of them. No. After 8 of them. No, that's still wrong. 8 is 64. So after 7 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And this one needs to be that. And connect that into there. And that's still a problem, but it's one we can work around. quite literally around. Okay, that just needs acid. That implies that there is a place that you can get to that you can't currently reach. Oh. Because you've gone up and then dug down. Just recover it. I can't be asked to micromanage it. You're making your way through there, but you've not made enough progress yet, really. Now working on that bit. Acid. We can take a new pipe out. Bring it over to here. That's a hell of a lot of acid, though. We are consuming a lot more acid than I ever thought we were going to. And we don't even have everything online yet. We'll finish hooking that up after we've done this side. Okay, so we need an acid pipe from here over to here. And then through all this mess. Can we really not get up to 4? Yeah, I thought we should be able to get up to 4. Uh, 12 each. A little over half of these pipes, isn't it? We need to bring it through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Need to bring it to here. Little bit of a mess, but that works. Did I pause the game? I did. I didn't mean to. Actually, that's an alert I should pay attention to. Oh no, that one's fine. I thought, I forgot. This is electronics too. I kind of half expect this to be circuits. Because this is more just wires rather than electronics, just from the symbol. It is technically accurate. I can see why they've used that terminology. Okay, right, yeah, we need to connect the red mud in. Okay, this is going to be the wrong direction. Okay, the hydrogen, which we can fork off from here. Where'd that pipe go? There it is. Let's pull it from there. Yep. Standard basic gas pipe will do. Bring it up to a height of 4 on the left-hand side of all of this. Oh, bollocks. I'll reform as a single hole pipe. Huh? What did you do that for? Game. Yeah, just run it straight away along with this. All the way along to the end. These are closer than they should have been, but to do that one. I was going to say, no, you can do that a different way around. I want you to do that, just not that way. What I want you to do, no, I don't want you to connect there. You're going to try and connect there, and that's not what I want you to do. I had connection mode off, didn't I? Okay, connect from that down into that. There we go. That's what we wanted. Okay. Salt and bauxite are the last two things. I don't think we're bringing salt in this direction for any reason at all. We have a salt line, but that salt line is heading over for gold, isn't it? Yeah, it's coming to here. I see no reason not to reuse that line. It's coming in our direction anyway, we can pull it off from there. That's perfectly reasonable. And then we got this one here. Bauxite's got to go here. I'll bring the bauxite underneath. So bauxite height of 4, salt height of 5. Are you stuck? You don't look. You are stuck. I was going to say you don't look stuck, but no, you are stuck. We're running out of sand. I may have to ask this to actually start digging some. It's going to be very intent on the dirt for the time being. I may need to give you another one of these to help speed you along. Okay, good. They're clean. They're clear. We have resources over here, so that's fine. That means the system's doing what it's supposed to be doing, hopefully. What I'm surprised is that this is empty, and this is not. We can pause the overproduction of these now. Alright, you're just consuming resources is all. That's fine then. Okay, bauxite. Loose, 2. That is at height of 5. Actually, no, bauxite should be up at 5 so that we can bring the salt down underneath it. The wrong way around. I think that's at height of 4 already, so we'll bring it up to 5 as we're going over this bit. No, this is fine. Just thinking of the output speed we need for the salts, but no, we only need 2 lots of 12 on this side, 1 lot of 12 on the other side. So this size belt is fine for the lot of them. Oh, damn. We can adjust that. Just means we've got to bring it up to 5 before we reach that pipe. So we'll do it over this railway line. Okay, bauxite in, salt in, crushed in. This makes us brine in. Red mud out. Hydrated alumina into here. Hydrogen into here. Steam out. Steam processed. Steam back into water. Water connection. We need to bring water over. Okay, our nearest water line is over here, so I think we take a new line. Rather than feed off of this one. Because otherwise we've got to figure out a way to route this all the way along here without blocking off these or the truck's access to all of these. Yeah, we grab a new water line. We'll bring it with these, but it'll get routed slightly differently over here. How much water do we need? Oop, too far. A blue pipe's worth. So we should probably upgrade that pipe. Can I get this from here? That pipe's actually the wrong size. Let's upgrade this one. And upgrade this one twice. Leave that bit. Why did you not get the entire thing? We can connect that into there, and then we can fork off from here. Okay, I am actually happy with that routing. Bring that over to here. I think this does go. We're just going to need to bring you over here. There we go. And you should be more than happy to go along here. Ah, right, yeah, because it's got a clear train track. That's why it's going up there. Okay. Right. Need all of that online. We need one lot of these online. Let's get all of the pipe work online. Let's build all of the pipe work and all of the belts. Get one line of it online. Now we need to get this over to here, and we can also build that. Speaking of that, we can build... Oh, we already did build. Did I allocate you? You are allocated to Aluminium. You unload at the top. Aluminium. We can unpause you. We can add a new train line for you. Aluminium. That might still be spelled wrong, but it feels right. Okay. Add stop. You pick up from here. You come to the waiting area. Any one of the waiting area. And then you come over to the stop. And then you head back to supplies refuel, collections refuel. At the pickup, you wait until you are full, and at the drop, you wait until you are empty. This train design is known. It is 2 and 6. Okay, that is full. That might mean that we've run out of copper over here. No, we still have plenty of copper. There is a traffic jam though. How has this happened? I see how that's happened. We added an extra sand train because we needed the throughputs, but there's not currently enough sand being collected, so the sand train... Oh, the station's free, and the station can fit 2 trains. As you know, it can't. No, the station can't fit 2 trains. Oops, I paused the building. This is the problem. The train we manually told to go. Where is... It's looking like you're also coming. Okay. Now there is sand for it to pick up. This train... Where is the other sand train then? There it is. It was jammed. Or was blocked. I don't want to issue you a manual move because you'll get... In fact, you may already be... No, you are going to go. That's fine. I need to never manually move a train. Particularly when there's more than one train assigned to that particular line. Okay, now you should be allowed in. Now we can unpause this one. Your arrival condition may not be met, but I guarantee you, if you start making your way over there, you'll be allowed to dock by the time you get there. That's full. Did you actually refuel in? Yeah. In future, I think I'm just going to end up giving, or if I ever play another playthrough, I think I'll just give in a setup like this, I'll just give each either drop off of a station their own fuel station. This actually hasn't caused us any problems, and there's no theoretically no limit to the number of trains that can park up at the back there. The other side, I think, no, that doesn't have any restrictions either. Okay, they're sorting themselves out. We'll need to check on them in a minute, but I'm happy to leave them for now. Flat. This one. We don't need to go up to 4, we don't need to go up to 3. Can we do that from here and still make it over? I doubt it. Yeah, no, it's going to wiggle. Let's bring it to beside that and then take it up. Okay, that's that bit. Right. That's the acid connection. These pipes are built, so they look like they've gone all the way over. And we need 2 of these for every one of those. We need all of that built. And we need that built and that built, so let's just build that bit. Okay. Should have enough bits and pieces to put this all together. Oh. That's fine. Comes over to here, but we're likely going to bring this out and back all the way up and over, which is fine. It's running out of electronics again, but that's because of a lack of copper. I assume the copper trains are on their way. There's another one. And there's the third one. Okay, it's the steel train just waiting there, that's fine. Let's check on the sand train because we didn't manually tell that thing to move. Where are they all? It's iron. There's one sand train. There's the other sand train. Okay, that's fine. Oh, wait. We have 3 sand trains? No, that's a gold train. You only need that exclusive so far as to prevent this is the primary line. So let's break it here. Move the non-stop from this section. Move the exclusive track from actually this bit's a little bit more tricky because this is all still mainline stuff. Let's just remove the exclusive track from all of this. I think that was all set up from before I had a better idea of how this all worked. Okay, we have a mine control tower without any designations. Which one? Oh, this iron one. That is the one that tends to fill up, this one here. But it's keeping up in the grand scheme of things, so it's not that big of a deal. You're getting copper again now. So yeah, that should be fine. Hopefully things will stabilize. Okay, let's quick build the remaining bits. That's got its first load. We have the salt over here. We have brine out here. Looks like we've got hydrogen in there. We are just waiting on this. Heating up should be good. We should have had, yeah, the materials available for this, so let's just give it them. What remains? Okay, you've stopped making vehicles. I'll allow you to stockpile. Now, why did you run out of research? Because we ran out of copper, because we ran out of this lot, that's why. Nope, that's fine. I don't mind them destroying the walls here. Yeah, there's not enough. There's not enough sand there to care about. But I had other reasons for wanting to get this bit done, so I can start then filling in this bit. And it's partly related to redirecting this train, eventually, in the long run. What's the time? It is about tea time. I thought it was about tea time. Things are whirring. Let's see our first ingots come out. And it'll take a little bit though. Sorry, dealing with something. Okay, that bit's running. I mostly just want to make sure that we've got all of the outputs right and none of this is going to clog. Let's go in. Oh. No, the output of that should be fine. Okay, there we go. Now it's buffering. That's running, giving us back water. Ah, right, yeah, that's right, because the actual thing is it needs to run twice. Although how that's... This should all be one-to-one. How it's not quite lining up, I don't know. That's a beast of a furnace. You can actually see inside it. Oh, I see a thing we've forgotten. It won't have immediately halted it, but... Now, why did you come down there? Oh, because it was a height of 4 across the lot. Let's just adjust this. There we go. And there's our aluminium. Okay, well, I need to take a break, so I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes after I got myself something to drink, something to eat, and then at that point we start working on rocket. Although we do need to add yet more designations. I think I have actually told you guys to prioritize, yeah. So I can tell you to be a little bit more aggressive in the bits you're mining. Oh, that's not the one I was looking for. Okay, that's a bigger problem. You can get some sand out of this. We've just got to be careful about how we go about doing it. Should be fine to get that bit. These bits. That should be okay. So they don't dig themselves into a hole. Let's get them out of here first. Okay, good. You're going over to there. Okay, I think the only bit I'm a little concerned might be a problem is this bit. For the rest of that should all be fine. We can dig a little way into there. That's probably fine. That should be fine. In fact, I don't need that to be a ramp. There we go. That gives them something to dig that I don't think is gonna cause a landslide to break something. I could be wrong. I'll find out after I come back from my break. So I will see you in 15 to 20 minutes. I'll see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. That probably means that we are running out of... No, we still got plenty of places for them to dump. So they're trying to dump to a place that they don't currently have access to. Are you trying to dump over to here? You should be able to dump over to there. There shouldn't be anything stopping them. Ah, no, that's what it is. There are some things that need building and they cannot reach them. Seriously? They can't reach these? I've seen them build stuff from like here over here. Silly things. Probably means there's another one they're trying to build that they can't get to and actually want to. What is this red line? There's two of them. Don't disappear on me. Okay. At this point, we can just do that for the rest of this. You do not have any products. Something is jammed. You're jammed. Is that pipe going the wrong way? It can't be. Nope, that pipe goes the right way. That pipe goes the right way. That goes the right way. There we go. It's always a little thing. Quite literally always one block that we've missed somewhere. Okay, yeah, that little bit is enough. Okay. That stopped most of them from complaining. You say you're out of fuel. Did we run out of... No, we've got plenty of hydrogen. We may need to give this another fuel truck. Let's give it another fuel truck. It must have been busy somewhere else. Let me check up on our sand mining. Ah, that would have caused a problem as well. They've dug down part of here. They haven't actually created a ramp. That's my fault for how they're... or not respecting how their priority systems work. I could have worked around that. Never mind. It'll be fine. It'll fix itself. Okay. Resource check. Slowly going back up again. So I imagine it's flatlining because I think we're consuming it as much as, or as fast as we're delivering it at this point. How are these doing? They're keeping up with my current demands. They'll cap out eventually. Okay. So... do we route the electronics over here or make the electronics over here? Suppose we should have a look at everything that we're going to need, which would include these things. We need solar cells, more electronics. All of this is raw resources, they're literally beneath us. These don't require a robotics assembler. Neither does this. Plastic has to be brought in for by truck. Many electronics for a single rocket. I think I prefer to bring them from here. Now, how am I going to do that? I think we commandeer this line here. Not sure which point we'll commandeer, but yeah, we'll commandeer this line here for any electronics we need to bring up here. This thing's going to need 8 teraflops. I think that's one of these, isn't it? How much is one of you? 8 teraflops. You have 4 inputs, but you only need 3. Because in the future you're going to need 4 inputs. Albeit, one of them is a different kind of input, so yeah, it's probably a good job we do bring those circuits up. We're probably going to want them routed over on this side anyway, given where I think I'm putting microchips. This is electronics 4. Space probes. That's going to be a logistics problem that I'm going to deal with later. They're on the other side of the map. We don't need many of them, but we're also not producing excess, we're just trying to consume them all. Problem for later, don't worry about it today. Okay. Okay, and we are going to need to bring... Did we give ourselves enough space to make more? Yeah. At the very least we can get one more over here and then we can always expand up and down when we need more of these. I'm surprised we don't go through this faster. Looking at it, it's produced pretty... That's why. It's produced pretty quickly. Okay. You running at full speed? Should be. Okay. So we're making this stuff up here. And we're going to be making 2 different part types. They daisy chain directly into each other. But they're for launching into space, so they want to be loaded into the rocket, which I assume means they need to be loaded into here. That's an exhaust deflector. We need to bring water over there. We do still have our mains line here. I think we'll plan for no more than 3 rocket things at any given moment. So let's give some breathing space between these. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If we need to load them, I think we send whatever we're loading around this side. We're going to need to dig into this mountain a little bit to give ourselves more room. Maybe. We may have enough room here already. The only thing we're putting over here is anything and anything to do with rockets. So we're going to need an assembler for crew supplies. We're going to need an assembler for... No, the food packs we can make elsewhere. We'll make all of this stuff, or these two. In fact, this as well. Is all over at our population, our settlement center anyway. So we'll just make the crew supply over there and ship that into a container. Titanium alloy is going to be coming straight out of the smeltery, or the foundry. I assume once we get to making these, then we have no need for the earlier versions. Station parts, composite core. Station part basic. Guess we'll find out once we got the station up in the air. Something over here to make probes. Compact reactor. And asteroid booster parts. Yeah, we got enough room here to figure out where to put all of that. I don't think I want to clean out that bit of the mountain, though. I don't think I have a spare excavator. Oh, no, we do. You here. Taking ages because we only gave you one small truck. Digging a small hole through here so that we can eventually tear out this bit and run the line this way. Get rid of this section of the track. But that is something that's needed for far in the future, so I'm going to reclaim it. And we're going to borrow that. Let's get that out of the way just to speed this process up. That goes there. Insta-build that, please. One of those, two of those. You please dump two. Here. Can that excavator make it over here? It's certainly going to try. Should be able to come around this side. Over here. Okay, good. It's got the space to get through. That was the thing I was concerned about. And we already have the space to extend there, so that's fine. Okay, what kind of production rate of this stuff do we want or need? Let's assume... Okay, that's 1-to-1. So I say... And we're also going to need that. Oh. That's fine that that bit's cleared out. Now let me configure you to prioritize mining bauxite. I will tell you to dig out that bit of earth as well, but for now, let's not worry about that bit. Take that down so it's down another 5. Do the same over there. Bring that this way. It'll figure out the bit in the middle. We'll have it, the bit in the middle will collapse. Okay, there is some bauxite there. Once we've dug that bit out, we can further protect the wall. I don't think... Yeah. And then we can push further down. I imagine that's because of the sand. Yeah, they'll clear out the sand in a bit, don't worry. You're still focusing a bit too much on a bit there. Now, how did that collapse? That's bizarre. Still a decent amount of sand out this way. I just noticed a small problem with our plan here, but thankfully we had considered the possibility that we would need to adjust. Me cancel both of those. Because we are going to end up digging out slag from this. I don't actually want you to connect to there. I want you to connect to there, but I want you to block that. That can be upgraded. They can be built now. Let's add slag to the list. Okay, now we need to lift that. rather you not have the stanchion there. If you could put the stanchion there. There we go. Better. I know that's a tier 3 belt and I'll just upgrade that to a tier 2 belt, but that's fine. I'm okay with this. Still gives us 2 extra slip ports that we can pull out from this. Hopefully we don't need the actual throughput at any point. Well, it's perfectly possible that we may do. We have to remove that bit. We'll see. I think I've got to remove that to be able to fix that hole. Okay, any second now we should get space stations. It's at 99%. Okay, no, that's all fine. That's fine. It's allowed to collapse at this point. What's your problem? Vehicles can't reach. Is that because they're still stuck? They must still be, oh no, they should be able to reach now. There's space stations. Which vehicle is stuck and why? You should be able to reach that. Check again. Make it down there, make it along there. Yeah, you've got a route. Don't be silly. You have a route. Good, they finished on that bit. God damn you. Disagree. Have to dig it out again. Ah, no, screw it. Can't be asked. I'll deal with that some other time. I've had to do that 3 times to try and get the one bit. Okay, so this wants to be that. This wants to be that. We need something to make this. I assume it's a chemical plant. Probably only need a basic one. Go oil, derivatives, chemical plant, basic. Oh no, it needs to be a tier 2 one. Basic one will not cut. We are making ammonia around and about. What I don't know is if our basic production is enough. Okay, this isn't empty. If this was empty, we may have needed to produce some more. That would imply that this one is full, which means that even for fertilizer, we're not using it. Okay. So we can import that. The fuel gas we got plenty of, we can import that as well. There's not really any materials over here we can use to make it. I imagine one of those is for water and one is for hydrogen? Sorry, oxygen and hydrogen. That is what they said the rockets use. So one of these is enough to power for the second version of this. Yes. Is it just those they're used in? Yes. Okay, so these are all the pieces we need. Everything else is either imported. Use 8 there, 8 there, it's 1 to 1, 8 there, current production's 24. So current production is actually enough to maintain all of these constantly. Not that these will need to be running constantly. Oh no, they do. That's 1 to 1 to 1. Well, kind of. 8 of these go into 8 of these to produce 4 of those to go into here, which uses 4 of these to make 2 of these. So we need 1 of each. And then these produce the other things for that. And this consumes our entire production of aluminium. With this and this not using... Oh no, it's just this. With this not using the full amount because we're not using the full amount of fuel chemicals. I want these ports on the other side inside. Reason? All of the resources are coming this way round. Why can't I flip that building? Why is this building not flippable? Let me flip it. Some buildings I can understand not being flippable. I can't that. There doesn't seem to be any reason it needs to be flippable. I wish I knew how much space the rocket needed. Because it's going to be wheeled out and then moved around. Constructs a space rocket and delivers them to the nearest rocket launch pad using the specialized transporter. The transporter is a large vehicle and cannot drive over uneven ground. So make sure that the rocket launch pad is on the same height as the building. How big is the special vehicle? How much space does it need? I need to know this before I place the rockets there. After a rocket is delivered and securely attached to the tower, be filled with fuel based on the rocket type. Okay, so we don't see what fuel input is needed until there's a rocket there. Is that the special vehicle or is that just the assembly bit? I think that's just the assembly bit. Do I need to build a special vehicle? I don't remember seeing a special vehicle. This is irritating. I need an answer to this question to be able to properly plan this section out. Oh. You went through that uranium quicker than I was expecting you to. Well, thankfully there's still lots of it. So let's just allocate you to flatten that area out there. There is also some in here, so grab that a little bit there. That stone really doesn't drop much. But this is still so much further down. Actually no, let's keep a flat bit here in case we need to do something over here, but we'll still keep digging down. So they can have that bit next. Oh, they're done. There's not enough sand there to care, but I think what we'll do is issue a flatten that entire area order. Actually, no. What are you in? Okay, that's fine. So long as they're not going to try and fill it with sand. Okay. I think we will plan on doubling up. Which does mean we will need to increase aluminium production on the other side. I'll put this over here on this side because we're going to need to import in ammonia and fuel gas. This is all a bit too close to the train track. We will move it up a bit. I think the spacing we left on this... Okay, no, it's a bit deeper. It is the size of this and then 3. So the size of one of these and then 3 additional blocks. 1, 2, 3. Size of one of these. 1, 2, 3. I can't figure out where I want to place them without knowing where this is going to go. Actually, no. This bit is a little bit easier because these parts go straight into the rocket, and we've already decided we're going to load the rocket from this side. So we'll put them over here. And we'll give ourselves enough room to double up. Extra space. And then that. Although I suspect most of this will get torn down. As input materials, these can go over here. There's no need to keep this quite so far away, so we can... Well, no, we can produce this over here as well. Actually, no, because we need to get the aluminium. Oh, wait, no, the aluminium doesn't come from here. The aluminium comes from here. So long as we don't block that route, then that's all fine. And if we need more of these, we can duplicate it along that way. You don't go there, you go here. I'm still mostly expecting that this just straight up replaces them. But I could be wrong and it could need both. If it needs both, then we can build them here. These really need to be bigger tanks. Yeah, we're almost done. How big are you? How much room do you actually need? Moot question, we can work around it. Because the output of these is here. It doesn't connect into anything else. We already know that the second version of them basically functions the same. It's just raw materials into components into the station parts. They go out to the rocket. Just needs another one of these, or a upgraded version of that. Which, while it has an extra input, that's just one extra thing that we make with the crystallizer. So we can bring this down. Just to save me my measuring sticks. And because we don't have any additional inputs, I am happy to chuck that there against that. I would like the output of that to line up with that, although I don't know if that's going to work, but there. In fact, oh damn it, not knowing where the center of these things is the problem. Let's bring this over to here. If we assume that that is the entire rocket, they should be able to navigate that round to a launch pad up there. Methinks. I mean, I still have some extra space here that we could move it to, but I think that works. I think that works. We're going to try that anyway. We do not have anywhere near the components to build it. Is this up to the materials it needs? Yes. Are you full? You are filling, so this is going to empty you. How's our copper supply? We are getting increased amounts of copper. We're almost certainly not going to have enough materials to build it today. Okay. Do I want to have a buffered stockpile of these? Of these, yes. Yes, we do. Of these, no. We can build them as we need them. It's an important material, so we'll use one of these. I assume... yeah, that's going to be too big there. Ah, yes, so we need to make sure not to block off the ability for vehicles to get to here. This complicates things a little. We can't quite just do what we've done down here. I mean, we can, but we've got to move things around a little bit. Nope, we don't need anything to be picking up from here. Oh, we don't need a stockpile here. How much space did we leave down here? I think it, again, one of these were. Yes. And just again to mimic this, that's what I thought I had done. Take it out from here, here, into there. Have we done this? Yep, that's what I thought. Tall on the far side, flat in the middle, up to 1 on this side. All of this has moved. I think that was supposed to go there. You have to shunt all of this stuff up some. Oh, no, that's fine. There's enough space there. I will have a buffer for this one. We'll store a small amount, because we're going to need to disassemble. Actually, no, because they're going to be recycled. They still need a place to store them before they go off to be recycled. I think we crush them, shred them, and we don't need them anymore. Wait. Is that a... It is. Okay. A little strange, but fair enough. That's fine. I didn't realise that was a... what's it called? A flat item. Not smart enough. Oop, that's why you're not smart enough. That was not the thing I was hovering over. Disagree. Thought that might have been airborne due to how I had to place it. For now... No. This way. Here. Up to 2. You have a perfectly valid route on the left-hand side. Stop trying to drive this way. Okay, that's that bit. That is wrong. I thought you were flat. That one's flat. This one isn't flat. Better. Okay. Plastics. No, let's do it this way round. Put that there. I might need to move that up a bit, maybe over a bit. Again, we need to get vehicles under here. Bring plastics through here. Yeah, let's shift this entire thing up a little bit. So we can maintain room for vehicles behind it. Bring that over to here and split it. It's making me question how much space we left here then. No, we do need to shift this entire thing forward some. Not a problem. Well, not a problem at the minute. Might be a problem in the future. We can squish those in a bit. What I want is space of 5 here that's unobstructed to get a vehicle down here. In fact, make it straight away across. We're not making enough trains to worry about manually feeding this thing. We need this line here to split these, unless we use conveyor lifts. We only need a height of 2. No, we need a height of 4. Otherwise, we're going to get a vehicle complaining that it can't bring hydrogen fuel over. but we can work with that. Again, the plastics we can park over here and bring them. Let's move these to here. Pipe them in now. Yeah, that can go there. Might reroute this a little. Yeah, all the materials has to come from here, so they've got to come over here, over this bit, over here, and then get routed. We need steel and we need aluminium for this. I didn't block you off. Oh. You blocked yourself off. That's gotta be enough. I think that has to go there. I don't think there's anything else we can do about that. We end up using conveyor lifts, they go here. Which means everything else would have to go there. That still gives us room to route things around that building, and we can always route things over the output of those. Okay, if we put that there. Yeah, we can make that work. Okay. I am happy with the position of things. Well, as happy as I can be. So... do I have my overlay up? One moment. Slide. Not what I was looking for. Okay, we need steel, aluminium. That's made here. Electronics. Let's just put the entire thing composite. plastics. Steel. That's all produced here. That needs aluminium. This is the other thing we need. Steel. Silicon. Glass. I'm going to disable your ability to see my overlay for the simple reason my friends list is on the screen that I just put my notes onto, which is now showing you anyway. Why did it go over to that view? Goodness knows. Anyway, okay. So the things we need from here is steel, silicon, glass, and aluminium. Steel is going to be the trickier one, unless we pull it out of there on its own, which I don't want to do. Okay, we can grab a steel from here. We don't need much. Steel is used actually sparingly, thankfully. Oh, with the exception of that. But even then, one is enough. So if we bring this out... It's already height of 4. Glass we can bring to the side of that. Bring steel to here. Glass is the next thing. I don't think we need... Yeah, basic belt for all of these is fine. Okay. Okay, and that's the raw materials. Electronics is the only other thing we need to bring over for these. Aluminium's really on the wrong side though, so we're going to need to... We can bring it down to level 3, because technically this only needs to be height 2 for the vehicles that need to get to here. We need to route it along here because I have plans for this space. Or at least I plan to put something in that space. I don't know what yet. Okay, you're done. You'll all go find other tasks. You're done. We need to pause while we do this because that means we are out of copper. How badly out of copper are we? We are totally out of copper. In fact, we are absolutely and completely and totally out of copper. We got distracted for too long. I say distracted. How can we be distracted by doing the thing that we actually mean to be doing? No, we do need to keep digging down here because there is actually good stuff there. I think we need to be careful. If we go any more further down than that, I think we lose this wall. That retaining wall. I don't know why I put that there, because that's not necessary. Okay, explicitly we don't need to dig out this bit or that bit. Okay, that gets them going again. This one took a lot longer to get through the previous dig order. It's a good sign. It means that the buffer's filled. Although I wonder how much the buffers have unfilled. Nah, that's still full. That's still full. Yeah, that's still fine. Now that is interesting. No limestone. Might need another limestone train. I'll have to be mindful about that. How's our sand excavation going? We've almost got through all of that again. Are you bigger ones or smaller ones? You're standard excavators. I might need to start telling this one to collect some sand. rather than try and clear out some of this, clearing out the dirt. You've almost done. They've got plenty. You've almost done. Let's give you another line to grab. I think that's probably safe. There's really not much else I can dig out of here. We are going to have to move them over to another sand spot. And then once we've got through all of our coal, which is still going to take a while yet, we can disassemble this bit, move it partially, and then scoop up the rest of the sand that's there. I wonder if the problem is, it may have been that, yeah, there's not much in the way of limestone over in this corner anymore. There is some, but it's underground. So maybe the train was just waiting for limestone. Oh, that won't have helped. That's something else. That's a different problem, though. That would have stopped aluminium production. But that's not that big a deal. This doesn't use that much limestone. Most of the limestone is probably used by concrete making. Yeah. Suppose this is running at 3 times, so yeah, maybe that's all it is. Okay, electronics. How much? 1 and 1, and then a bunch for here. Now let's keep that side clear. We'll pinch from here. How high do we need to go? 4's probably fine. Okay. We'll give ourselves a little bit of room, or extra room. Do you remember which one of these belts is which? Because I do not. The only one I'm sure of is that the one directly under the one I'm building on is aluminium. The rest of them, I would have to check. Okay, right, aluminium needs to be split off. So, since we know which one that one is, remember we need to go over this at height of 4. Can I get down to 3 while still being in line for that? Yes. Although there's no reason to stay at that height. Oh, actually no, because we wanted the was going to use that for plastic. So we'll bring it down to 1 instead. Oh, bollocks. I didn't think about that when we put the pipes down. There we go. That's that. Take out from here. Right, was that? That might be 3. That's 2. Okay, height of 2 then. This particular line may need to be rerouted at a later date. Particularly if we end up rebuilding this over here for the second tier. It depends on, again, whether we need one of those or split them. So this still needs steel. That needs steel and electronics. That needs steel as well. That has everything it needs. Glass is on the top. Silicon is directly underneath it. That makes things marginally easier. Okay, now we just need to hook up the steel and the electronics. We didn't really want it to be this close. We bring it down to 3 here, then that allows us to route it this way. I prefer it to go there just because it fits a little neater. Let me just check resources. That's okay. That's on its way back up. We are low on copper, but it'll be solving itself. Can you get yourself out of there? In fact, now that we don't need you up here, can you continue with your tasks down here? We put 10 away, weren't we? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We may have enough stuff. Let's get them building now. We're happy where they are. We're just trying to get everything else up and running. We'll pause the building itself. Yeah, we're not going to get that under there, so we do have to bring this way. Steel can go in at level 1, so we'll put this in at level 2. And this can come off here. Height 3, is that enough to get over that? It is, good. And in you go. Alright. Just steel left. And it needs to go to here, 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 and here. One bit. Put it on the bottom level there, and on level 1 there. That wasn't smart of us. It's a little bit of a mess, but it works. And I think Still not quite what I wanted. There we go. And now we have the rocket being automatically built. Alright, unpause all of this. Actually, not quite all of this. All of that. All of that. All of this. All of that. One lot of that. And another one of those. And that. And all of this. And then all of that. And that, please. And then this, please. And that as well. Hey, she's ready. Although there is something we have entirely forgotten. We currently have no water coming over to here. We can fix this. We're going to need a bridge. Unless we want to run the water all the way around. Rather than run it this way. Our pipe is here. Which way around? Actually, we won't worry about it yet. Let's get a rocket built and load it into the launch pad so we can see that process. We can figure out how big this machine is and whether or not it's actually going to be able to get over to here. And then that's probably going to bring us close enough to the end of the episode that we will actually worry about launching the rocket next episode. It will also give me time to allow the game to run to rebuild the resources we've built or we've used. Okay, that is concerning. Let's bring the speed down. Okay. And again. I might actually assign some of these over to that. Oh, bollocks. That's why there's problems. Can you see the problem here? They're stuck because I forgot to actually tell them to dig themselves a ramp in and out. We can fix this by telling you to move because that voids the stuff that's in you. Let's remove the jam. And in fact, anything... Let's add the waiting stations to... This is going to be a bit of a pain. Anything else that's coming through here? That's between refuel and pickup. Yep, that's coming over here as well. Salt. Salt has its own refueling station. I think there's only one train on this line. Yeah, that's not a problem. If there's only one, yeah, if there's only one train, we don't need this. See if there's more than one train. So these three need them. I'll add it to this one. And then unpause it, because that'll allow the train to start moving. Which will unblock things. Actually, no, the acid train doesn't need it. While there is only 2 trains, it's not stopping by the refueling station. So it can't block the refueling station, it can only block its pickup and its drop. So they're fine, that one's fine. Okay, let me just remove this note. We don't need it anymore. Okay. Can pre-queue it. Let's rapidly consume additional materials to try and get this built. And I would like to upgrade some more excavators. I did something that I was expecting to fix it. Did it fix it? Yes. Okay, good. You go deliver that. I'm going to leave you with one of each. Which one is now unallocated? Oh, wait, no, that was the wrong one. You have freeze. Okay, which 2 got unallocated? You got unallocated. Upgrade you. You got unallocated. Upgrade you. Move yourselves over to here. Only 7 idle dump trucks. Let's pre-allocate the dump trucks over to here. So we're going to have 2 and 5, or rather 3 and 5. And I want to do this. Okay, our new sand mine. That's getting dire. That's getting very dire. Copper is in. I need this to speed up a bit. It's not going to be speeding up that much, but it will help. Although this one also is running now, but that's fine. Okay. Because I have Unity to spare. No, we don't need a priority put on that. We'll put a priority on building this first. Not what I meant to do. Yeah, too late. We can now build much longer trains. That wasn't the plan. Okay. You stabilizing? You're stabilizing. Just to boost the maintenance back up a bit faster. That's faster than the belts can handle. Right, should have stabilized. Copper trains. There's another one come in. That's full again. This is full again. Problem is literally just trains. The only thing we can do with the copper trains is make more of them. These other trains could be going now. That's what that's another thing about this system versus, again, Factorio, is that you can get more trains on a single line if you plan things right. Now, admittedly, Factorio trains move faster and accelerate a lot faster. But there's no reason this train couldn't be following right behind that one. The only reason it's not is because its exclusive section is looking to make sure that there's enough room after it. Or the non-stop section is looking to make sure there's enough room after it. Maybe I should just remove the non-stop sections here. Particularly given the fact that we don't really have anything that needs to go this way, and we're not going to be building that for a while. What about these? These don't need non-stops. They're all joining the same thing, just get on the track. mean, if you're going to stop, you may as well stop because there's a train directly in front of you, rather than because the track says no. Get more trains through there. I don't need to worry about you crashing into each other. You use your brakes. See? So much more throughput. Stop the game thinking it's being clever and embrace the chaos. Come on. Look at how many more trains could get through here now that I've just told them just to go. These trains will wait for no one now. If they can go, they can go. We only need to worry about if they are actually going to potentially block something off. I want the maximum amount of trains possible on the line at any given time. This in reality is all I really care about. Oh, there it is. A bit. Because it's all a one-way system here. Let's see these trains be bumper to bumper. So this is how we fix their train system. By removing the clever parts of their train system. And hoping that the path in AI is good enough. Okay, that's all of that. I think there's... Yep. A couple more bits here. Now we just need to do these bits. I mean, in theory, these bits here will never actually come into effect, or they shouldn't do. Okay, there's a mine control tower that needs new designations. And it's something we will have to do for it. There we go. No restrictions. Put your foot down unless you're going to crash into another train. Okay, control tower designation. Oh, we come through our VI in here again. Plenty more for you to be getting into. Yeah, let you nibble away at those as well. Okay. Where else can we, Yeah, there shouldn't be an instance here when the train's going to be stopped and waiting, so we may as well remove these. Yeah, this one here shouldn't cause any problem to remove. We'll leave the exclusive zone there, because the exclusive zone still kind of works as a priority system. I don't think I need that one. Or that one. I don't think non-stop zones are going to be necessary anywhere on the track at the minute. Thinking about it. Just because of the way the track is all kind of very, very linear in terms of the fact you go from A to B. And it's more or less a straight line between the two. I think the only place we would want non-stops to stay is on top of these. We don't want trains to stop and block these. But this doesn't need non-stop zones. We are at the minute just waiting for resources for the rocket construction building, so this gives us a nice distraction. Okay. We want to keep the exclusive zone. We don't need the non-stop zones. Because we still want anything that gets onto here first to go, because it already has the speed. This one definitely wants a non-stop zone. Removing that would almost certainly cause a problem. The rest of this, not really. Okay, maintenance is recovered, so let's increase the game speed again. I don't think that's one of them. That bit. There is still a non-stop zone in here somewhere. Gotcha. We'll leave that one because that's directly crossing over. One's not a bother. We've already removed that one. In fact, we had already figured this out. We just hadn't gone over to a place where it was going to cause the most significant problem. This bit doesn't need it. That bit does. This bit doesn't need it. Yeah, for safety's sake, that should keep it. We'll leave that bit. Get this bit up here. Okay, that's not going to cause any kind of blockage in the long run. And that's just a loop. Okay. How are we doing? Still a long way off. Oh, bollocks, because we never unpaused this. Well, it's got a lot of resources to work with now. Max speed. And you are out of sand to mine. I don't think there's anything I can do about that. We got 2 there? That looks like we might have 2 there. But yeah, that's what the problem was. This tried to leave and it entered the exclusive section. But I'm betting this is the sand train and it can't actually get to the station. So it shouldn't have left here. It should have stayed here. Why it decided to move forward, I couldn't tell you. And same with you. Just because the station that you were at doesn't need you, you can clearly see the station ahead of you can't fit you. And doesn't want you. Why did you go past this station? These two are doing what they're supposed to do. Kind of. They're waiting here for this train here to get to the station. It can't get to the station because this one's blocking the way. Do you have any sand in you at all? You have a minimal amount. Is there any more sand to be got from here in any kind of safe manner? Maybe. Although this has fallen away and is very dangerously close to not allowing a big truck that way. I think they might still fit. Can you show me your pathing? Yeah, big truck will just fit, so I don't think I can even dig out of there without risking it. That might work without causing a problem, I don't know. Oh, we do need some sand. Why did you go past your station? You move on to allow that thing to unblock itself. Because it did that even with the watchman thingies in place. I know, I did take them down. The no stop zone. But it shouldn't have left its station. This one's done the same thing. It's gone past its station. Even though it's out, or its target station over here is full. It should have stopped here. Maybe I need to move all of these stations back a bit. Maybe the problem is that for whatever reason, they're not aligning or choosing to align with the station itself. They're aligning with something else. And because of that, because all three of these have stopped at different points. This one stopped a little before, aligned with what would be here. This one stopped here, a little beyond what would be another station. This one's gone as if it's trying to drop off something here. I think that's what the problem is. For whatever reason, they're choosing different points to align with the actual station when I have no modules there. I just want the train to stop here. And I want it to wait until its next destination is ready for it. Okay, I think I can fix this by moving these stations back a bit. It's going to be an absolute pain in the arse, because I'm going to have to move them back and then edit every single schedule that is set to park here. Every single one of them, for each 8 stations. I should be able to just copy groups. Where are you trying to get to? Oh. I need to give you more to dig, do I? Fair enough. I have a bigger space to dig. Right, yes, I adjusted you to start digging the dirt. Well, since the other one isn't there to dig the dirt anymore, you may as well finish it. And that being the case... this is currently going to block things from being able to get over to here to dump. Let me make an adjustment. Temporarily. Can you... Oh, they can get around. That's the wrong way round. What I should do is that, but provide a... ramp up there. And then for now we can cancel the digging out of all of this bit. And they can come up here and along there until these guys are coming along here. And once they've breached that bit, then they've got a way through. So that'll do for now. And then once this one is done, we can always throw it over here, but I think 3 is probably going to be enough. Did we duplicate the limestone train? No, we got distracted by the fact that the trains got stuck again. Reliable conditions not met. It is still there, to be fair. Okay, let's work on the assumption about what I said earlier is correct. I need some kind of measuring stick that I can use. That is convenient. So that's how much I'm going to move them back by. Okay, now that all of them have left these, take these, paste there, take these. There we go. Trains are now complaining they can't get through. Okay. It knows where its train or station was. Right. One, 2, 3, 4, drag, zoom. Hopefully it is just an alignment issue. There's only one glass train. We don't need these. If there's only one train, we don't need that. You'll figure it out. Same with silicon. And gold. And aluminium. Okay, you were the glass train, so you no longer want to wait there. Let's see if it is in fact an alignment issue. I mean, I might actually be able to fix this a little bit by just saying, putting a non-stop zone here. But this could potentially cause problems with any train that decides to go through the station that isn't allocated to the stations, which again is something that's pissing me off. If the train has no business being here, it should not be here. This is a sand train, though. It should come here and it should stop. But it's aligned way past. It's the problem is their alignment mechanic, which is a really cool thing, the way that you can have one output and it will align with the output. But if the station is the only thing there, the front nose of the train is what should stop. It should stop here, not some random point along the train. I don't believe you have business being here. You don't have business being here. You shouldn't be here. Because that's just going to cause problems in the future. If a train is waiting here and it decides that I'm going to go this way round, but a train is waiting on the station that it's decided to go through for no valid reason whatsoever when it should just follow the main track. That's how I can do that. Okay, I can stop them from doing that. They shouldn't even attempt to come down here if there's a train in the way now. I shouldn't have to do this, to be clear. These stations are allocated for one train. Other trains should not be finding their way down here to these stations. That are not on the parking list. I can't set that one at the minute. So I'm not using these systems here because I have a specific need for a setup. I'm using these to stop the trains doing something they shouldn't be doing in the first place. Can't do that while the train is in the way. I may need to tell the other sand train to... Oh, the other sand train is almost full. Because we do now have something digging down here. Why that is... Where did you get that sand from, my friend? Because you're not allocated to this digger. My God. I know what it is. It's my fault. That's my fault for not checking a configuration. The sand is coming from here. I have no idea how they're getting it from here. Oh, they're pulling it out of here. They must be. No, they can't be. And they can't be getting it from there. Where the devil are they? You're not. You're assigned there. And it's empty. Oh, that's why. Okay, that's why. That makes sense then. It is still a configuration issue. We never planned this to be used the way that we are now using it. We planned this to only be mining the things that are around here, but we're also using it to process additional things that were not part of this. So we was having them deliver directly into these, if it could do, because there's no need to run it through here. And part of the reason we did that was so that if this is full and that is full, this doesn't try to empty into it and then clog it with some iron. Instead, it would wait and then dump into there. I might be able to resolve this. By adding a couple of these and linking them up. Maybe 3 of those, because we also need to be able to allow them to dump into here. Oh no, if they've got a container full of slag, they'll just dump it into the ocean. Yeah, so the only ones I actually need is 1 for limestone and 1 for sand. These don't need to be big ones. Which way round makes sense? Which is the output for sand and limestone? That's sand, that's limestone. Okay, doesn't really matter then. Limestone, sand. Quick build. Give you permission to dump into the sand one. And you into the limestone one. We don't want anything importing, we just want them to be able to dump there. I believe they're not allowed to export sand from here. They are. Okay, shouldn't matter. Don't think it should matter. You now explicitly can export over there. Let's also tell you to export over to here, here, and there. And you can now reject single product loads again. I've allowed my tea to get cold. All of this faffing around has meant that this hasn't got around to being built. Okay, never mind. I don't think it's going to get sorted in an hour. I'll get the results in an hour, so I will nurse the problems and get this as running as smoothly as I can between now and next episode. And next episode, we shall start building a space station and maybe do microchips, depending on when the research comes through. But they're both done. You are trapped, I imagine. Yeah, you're currently trapped. Let me disconnect this for now so that they dig that bit next. That'll untrap them once the trucks are back. But yeah, I'll get this thing moving as smoothly as I can. We'll restock up on supplies again, and we shall launch some rockets on Thursday. So thanks again for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Thursday from 2 PM BST onwards. So hopefully we will see you next time. Cheerio.